It's time to find out which driver is up to the task of claiming the Chinese Grand Prix. We're here in Shanghai. Shanghai International Circuit then, a 16-corner high-speed thrill ride. The long and ever-tightening right-hander at turns 1 and 2 tests a driver's patience, and the flat, open to the elements location, tests their skill in a crosswind. 2 DRS zones will assist passing, and overtaking is available into turn 1, and of course down the kilometre-long back straight into the hairpin at turn 14. Alongside me once again for coverage of today's race, it's none other than the great Anthony Davidson. Now, I want to ask you about Lando Norris. Looks like they've got a tough race in store today, as grid penalties from changing power unit components has forced them further down the field.
Everyone has to deal with penalties or reliability issues from time to time throughout their career. You just have to suck up the pain and get on with the job at hand. Today isn't about performing a miracle to put the car back where it should be. It's about effective damage limitation.
Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. Charles Leclerc lines up on pole position, edging out Sergio Perez, who lines up P2. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Hamilton, Albon, Mir and Russell, Bottas, Weber, Verstappen and Nico Hülkenberg, Magnussen, Sainz, Daniel Ricciardo and Stroll, Vettel, Raikkonen, Roman Grosjean and Robert Kubica. Gasly, they've taken a grid penalty, and Lando Norris starts from the back of the grid. And now it's time to head down to the track.
The team are expecting a lot after your podium. Careful with the front wing, you've taken some minor damage. window, you'll be on the mediums. Green flag. Box, we're coming in this lap. Box this lap, please. exit. Go now. Look after these tyres now. We want to finish the race on this compound. Nice move. Sergio is in for his stop. The gap to the car ahead is 5.2 seconds. That was the fastest lap of the race. Keep this up. Right, some information on Hamilton. They seem to have an issue. Okay, box. We're adjusting the strategy. Come in this lap. Is 43.8 seconds. They're on fresh mediums. The time last lap was a 1 minute 44.0. There's 5 laps of fuel remaining. That's a new fastest lap for the race. this lap then. Come into the pits at the end of this lap. There's 3 laps of fuel remaining. Go, go, go. This is your final lap of the race. Gap to teammate behind is 9.9 seconds. The difference is 46.4 seconds. They're on fresh mediums. The time last lap was a 1:43.7. There's only 1 lap of fuel remaining. That's a race win. You've really been great today.
Renault have pulled off a sublime performance to secure the top step of the podium today. Anthony Davidson, what helped them deliver this result, do you think?
Well, time management probably played quite a large role in the outcome of this one. As ever, it's not just about speed, it's all about maintaining that speed consistently over a stint, over a race distance. So being able to keep up the lap times while still being smooth on the controls and gentle on the tyres, that's really where the race was won today.
Here come today's winning drivers, and what a race it was. This is a team that knows success very well in F1, and they're just itching for even more. Congratulations to the Renault team for their excellent win today. So let's review the updated driver standings. Mia increases their championship lead. After an incredible day of racing, who was your driver of the day, Ant?
It's got to be Lando Norris, hasn't it? Smooth, confident and assured. I've got no doubt that he and his team are going to be over the moon with his performance today.
It's time to check out the constructors' standings. Renault's lead continues to grow at the head of the table. There was also a strong showing from the Mercedes team today as they make their way up the standings. Well, that was certainly an incredible weekend of racing. Be sure to join myself and Ant for more exciting Formula One action.
Amazing performance out there. I'm sure you're pretty happy with that. It doesn't get much better than a win at this track, does it? Did you struggle to get through all that traffic today? We all underestimated you, didn't we? Do you have any comments about the collisions? Appreciate your time.
The circuit has rubbed it in with practice, but this is still going to be a difficult session for our drivers as they fight for pole position. Welcome to qualifying here in Azerbaijan. So then, Ant, it's another Grand Prix weekend, another exciting qualifying session ahead of us. What are you going to be looking out for over the next few minutes?
The first question is going to be who can avoid making mistakes. There isn't much margin for error in qualifying, and you have to bear in mind that the track conditions may have changed since practice, particularly as we've had a few support races in the meantime. If the brake bias settings, for example, don't take this into account, it's extremely easy to lock up a front wheel and cause a flat spot. Just like that, your lap's ruined, and you've wasted a set of tyres to boot.
Good job, mate. Really well done. That was a fantastic drive.
And with qualifying complete, let's review our top three today. Mir, Perez and Charles Leclerc. With qualifying wrapped up, we now have our grid line-up for the big race tomorrow. Be sure to join us then for what will no doubt be a fantastic race.
Well done. Very solid results. You're looking good for the race.
And a warm welcome to you from Azadlik Square, heart of Baku and home, of course, to the Azerbaijan Grand Prix. With high speeds, tight corners and few run-off zones, Many are expecting a safety car here today, so our drivers will have to stay very much on their toes and hopefully away from the barriers. Baku City Circuit then, an unpredictable 3.7-mile track around the streets of the Azerbaijan capital. 20 turns for our drivers to navigate today, including the infamous Turn 8, one of the tightest and most challenging corners of the season. Anthony Davidson, a very warm welcome to you as you join me in the commentary box for today's event. Let's discuss Red Bull. We have a number of changes to the aerodynamic regulations this year, and the signs haven't looked good for them so far in terms of getting to grips with those changes.
There are a few downcast looks within the team this weekend. I think they've been hit fairly hard by the new regs. But this is only the first step down a long road of development, and even if they don't maximise their points today, there are plenty more up for grabs this season.
It's time to take a look at our starting grid for today's race. Mir lines up on pole position. Sergio Perez lines up alongside. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Leclerc, Weber, Nico Hülkenberg and Russell, Hamilton, Norris, Bottas and Max Verstappen, Albon, Ricciardo, Lance Stroll and Magnussen, Raikkonen, Gasly, Sebastian Vettel and Roman Grosjean. Kubica and Carlos Sainz will start from the back of the grid. And with lights out just moments away, it's time to go down to the track.
Okay, remember to protect the inside on the run down to turn 1. Make yourself as wide as possible, robust but fair. We're looking good from the start. seconds. A new strategy is available on the MFT. Copy. Alexander's currently in P9. The gap is 10.5 seconds. They're on fresh softs. We think they've got one more stop. The time last lap was a 1 minute 48.8. We're leading our teammate by 2.4 seconds. Now, we're boxing this lap. Fernando's currently in P9. The gap is 14.8 seconds. They're on old softs. We think they've got one more stop. The time last lap was a 1:48.8. Okay, remember to pit this lap. Go now. Up to speed now. Let's get some heat into those tyres. Sergio is in the pits. Gap to car in front is 5.6 seconds. Okay, the gap behind is 4.3 seconds. Roger that. Soft tyres at the next pit stop. Okay, take it easy on the car. We can't sustain this level of damage. Go, exit now. We're racing on the exit. Release, release. easy on the car. We can't sustain this level of damage. Look after these tyres now. We want to finish the race on this compound. Nice work, that brings you up a place. Our gap behind is 3.7 seconds. We have 5 laps of fuel remaining. The gap between you and the car behind is increasing by a significant amount each lap. Good job. There's 3 laps of fuel remaining. Alexander's currently in 6th place. P6, the difference is 22.6 seconds. They're on fresh mediums. The time last lap was a 1 minute 49.8. This is your final lap of the race. Gap to teammate behind is 3.2 seconds. There's only 1 lap of fuel remaining. Superb driving. That's the race win.
Brilliant stuff from Renault today. What a superb victory. Talk to me, Ants. What was it that set them apart from the competition today?
I really feel the track layout combined with the track temperatures we saw today suited their car. These cars come alive when the tyres are just at the right temperature, and the driver did a great job managing that as well. They just look so comfortable out there. It's like anything, it always looks so easy when it all just clicks.
As we can see, it's time for the podium, and I can see the Renault team underneath our commentary box going crazy as their drivers walk out. It was a great win, and it means a great deal to this team. Let's have a look then at the drivers' standings. Mia increases their championship lead. Some amazing talents out on the track today. But Anthony, who would you pick as your driver of the day?
Carlos Sainz certainly wasn't someone to scoff about. His ability to follow race strategies throughout with pinpoint precision has to be commended.
Let's move on to the constructors. Renault's lead continues to grow at the head of the table. And with that, we wrap up another weekend of motorsport. But with more races lined up, be sure to join us when we come back with more Formula One.
Amazing performance out there. I'm sure you're pretty happy with that. You really looked in control of your car out there. Your team must be thrilled. That was a close finish. How are things between the two of you? You left a lot of paint on the walls today. Were you struggling for grip, or did you just... Great. Well, that's everything.
Just wanted to say congrats on the podium. It's thoroughly deserved. We were sweating those last few laps on the pit wall, but you brought it home.
They aren't coming round to that proposal. Let's try something else. All right, the terms have been agreed. All that's left is to sign the paperwork. You'll be on this new deal from the next race weekend. Great work rising to a tough challenge from your rival. You've come out on top for the time being, and there's a real positive buzz coming out of that. Let's see more of this.
You join us today at the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya for what's bound to be a really hectic qualifying as the teams compete to set the best lap times. Now then, Anthony Davidson, you're not getting any younger, but you have been involved in your fair share of qualifying sessions in an illustrious 30-year career. How do you deal with the pressure when you have that one chance to deliver a perfect lap?
It's not so much about dealing with the pressure, it's more about how you approach the risk and just how much of it are you willing to take. You're constantly balancing the car on the edge of grip from braking, cornering and traction. And over the course of a lap, it's easy to get that balance wrong. And that's why achieving the perfect lap is almost impossible. As you say, I've been doing this 30 years now, and it never gets any easier.
Excellent lap. We're really pleased.
With qualifying finished, it's time to remind ourselves of our top three: Mir, Hamilton and Sergio Perez. Goodbye for now then, but we're really just getting started. Make sure to join us again for Lights Out tomorrow.
Well done. That was a good qualifying performance.
What does the Spanish Grand Prix have in store for us today, I wonder? I hope we see some tight wheel-to-wheel action down the main straight, circa Mansell and Senna way back in '91, or maybe we'll have a more strategic race here on a track where overtaking can be difficult. The Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya then, a high-speed 2.89-mile circuit which demands an efficient downforce package and bravery on the part of the driver, especially through the blind right of turn 9, which we might just see taken flat this weekend. and I'm joined once again by Anthony Davidson to bring you the lowdown for today's race. Let's talk about Mia. That was a great win in the last race. Can they keep that momentum going this weekend?
It's always nice to come into a Grand Prix weekend on a high, but your expectations are based much more on your practice and qualifying runs. So it's the momentum from those sessions that they'll be hoping to carry into the race today.
It's time to see how our drivers are stacking up after yesterday's exciting qualifying session. Mia lines up on pole position and Lewis Hamilton completes the front row. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Perez, Russell, Alexander Albon and Leclerc, Bottas, Hülkenberg, Verstappen and Lucas Faber, Stroll, Sainz, Lando Norris and Raikkonen, Magnussen, Vettel, Daniel Ricciardo and Pierre Gasly. Grosjean and Robert Kubica takes the last spot on the grid. Now it's almost time to lights out, so let's go down to the track.
Let's push for another podium this weekend. Good luck. You have a lot of wing damage. Box for a new one. Confirmed. We'll receive you at the end of this lap. Okay, box, box, box. We're adjusting the strategy. Come in this lap. Exit. Exit now. Up to speed now. Let's get some heat into those tyres. Entering lap 3 now. DRS has been enabled. Great maneuver. You made it look easy. Good job. That was the fastest lap of the race so far. Okay, gap ahead is 8.6 seconds. That was the fastest lap of the race. Keep this up. Check your MFD for a new strategy option. Confirmed. Okay, clear. Sergio is in for his stop. Has boxed for the mediums. Car behind on the medium tyre. Gap to the car in front is 4.4 seconds. We're leading our teammate by 23.9 seconds. Alexander's in P4 at the moment. The difference is 10.9 seconds. They're on fresh mediums. Understood, stopping this lap. There's 5 laps of fuel remaining. Go now. Pit strategy complete. See these tyres through to the end now. We advise moving to mix 2, fuel to mix 2. The gap to the car behind is 7.5 seconds. Update on the car for you. Tyres are looking very nice. Shouldn't have to worry about the wear too much right now. To teammate behind is 28.8 seconds. There's 3 laps of fuel remaining. This is your final lap of the race. We're at +1 lap of extra fuel target +1. There's only 1 lap of fuel remaining. Fantastic drive, just fantastic. You deserved that race win.
Renault certainly didn't hold back today. A well-deserved victory. What do you think it was, Ant, that gave them the edge over the competition today?
Well, I honestly feel it was down to the driver and car today. I mean, we can talk driver skill all day, but if you don't have a solid team to back that, you're never going to get anywhere. When you hit that sweet spot of having both an excellent driver and an incredible car, that's when you see results like those we witnessed today.
Once again, it's podium time, and once again, it's a clear win for Renault. Renault have seen their fair share of success in Formula One, and today is proof that they've still got what it takes to thrill us all. Congratulations to everyone on the team. Let's see what effect this result has had on the drivers' standings. Mir increases their championship lead. Let's focus on the driver of the day, Anthony Davidson. Who do you pick?
Well, Crofty, Daniel Ricciardo would have to be my driver of the day. It's less about what he did right, but how little he did wrong. Perfect driving.
It's time to see how things are shaping up in the Constructors' Championship. Renault's lead continues to grow at the head of the table. There was also a strong showing from the Mercedes team today as they make their way up the standings. I'm equal parts exhausted and elated with this weekend of Formula One. Be sure to join us for the next one.
Great work out there today. Let's have your thoughts. Lucas flew through the pack in that race. What's his secret? Do you think your rival learned from his battle with you? There was some contact between you two. What happened out there? Do you think you were lucky not to end your race with that crash? Great. Well, that's everything.
Just wanted to say congrats on the podium. It's thoroughly deserved. We were sweating those last few laps on the pit wall, but you brought it home.
Looks like one of your rivals has also been invited to a historical event. This could be a good opportunity to play up your rivalry for the press and expand your reputation.
We're here at the magical Circuit de Monaco for one of the most challenging qualifying sessions on the Formula One calendar. Who can add their name to the illustrious list of Monte Carlo pole sitters here today? And as we count down to that green light, I have to say, Anthony Davidson, that this rain is not showing any signs whatsoever of abating. I imagine we'll be looking at some last-minute setup changes to better adapt these cars to the conditions. What do you think?
The trouble is, Crofty, they need to be thinking about the race tomorrow. You don't want to go jacking up the ride heights and piling on a few points of extra downforce that you're not going to want in the Grand Prix itself. The Parc Fermé regulations mean that you have to make that choice. The best thing the drivers can do is adapt with the tools they have available in the cockpit. Moving the brake bias forward will help stop the rear end slipping out under braking, and opening up the differential can really help tame the oversteer on corner exit. The drivers that can make best use of these techniques will have the best chance for success here today.
Fantastic. You've got pole.
We're all ready for tomorrow's race, but before we begin, let's have a quick look at those who will be fronting the grid. Mir, Perez and Charles Leclerc. With qualifying complete, all that remains is the
All right, I think we can call that a successful qualifying. We should be in with a good chance in the race.
A proper road race, and in the true meaning of the word. That was how Mr. Monaco, the late great Graham Hill, once described this iconic event. The cars we drive have come a long way in the intervening half-century, but still we race on those same public roads beside the Mediterranean Sea. There's no victory more coveted than that of the Monaco Grand Prix. We're on the French Riviera once more this weekend at the 2-mile-long Circuit de Monaco. The cars will climb around 40 metres up the hill, past the casino, and then descend downwards towards the harbour through Sector 2. It's a very short run from pole position to the first of the 19 corners at Saint-Devote. And don't expect to see much overtaking here today. Joining me for the Grand Prix once again is Anthony Davidson. Why don't we talk about Ferrari? They haven't had any retirements in the last 5 races. What do you think that says about the reliability of their car?
I think they can be fairly pleased with that record so far. The first thing any good car needs is a solid, reliable base with which to build on, and they seem to have that this season.
Let's run you through the driver grid order for today's exciting race. Mir lines up on pole position, edging out Sergio Perez, who lines up P2. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Leclerc, Verstappen, Nico Hülkenberg and Ricciardo, Albon, Vettel, Bottas and Kevin Magnussen, Weber, Hamilton, Carlos Sainz and Gasly, Norris, Stroll, Roman Grosjean and Kimi Raikkonen. Kubica and George Russell ends our grid lineup. And with preparations almost complete, let's head down to the track.
Okay, it's a short run to Saint-Devote, and you know what Monaco's like, so try to defend this. Mind that front wing. It'll need replacing if it takes too much damage. DRS is now enabled and will be available to use when you are within 1 second of the car ahead in the DRS zone. Some information on Russell, they are out of the race. Damage to your wing. Suggest we box to change it. A new strategy is available on the MFD. Recommend you box for a new one. Check your MFD for a new strategy option. Okay, box. We're adjusting the strategy. Come in this lap. Okay, we can take you this lap. If you continue to cut corners, the stewards will give you a penalty. Lap times are falling off. We want you to pit in for repairs. Box. Go. Sergio is in the pits. That was our last stop. No more scheduled pit stops. Far too aggressive. Clean passes only. We don't want a penalty. Sergio is in for his stop. Has come in. They're now on the soft tyre, softs on the car behind. You've got front wing damage. Recommend you box for a new one. A new strategy is available on the MFD. What happened? Let me know you're okay. We've been awarded a time. Careful with the front wing, you've taken some minor damage. Race control aren't happy with your creative interpretation of track limits. They've given you a 3-second time penalty. Okay, clear. Check your MFD for a new strategy option. A new strategy is available on the MFD. Check your MFD for a new strategy option. new strategy is available on the MFD. Check your MFD for a new strategy option. Are you okay? That was a big one. Confirm you're okay, please. A new strategy is available on the MFD. That looked bad. Are you alright? Let me know you're alright. Check your MFD for a new strategy option. That's our race over. A new strategy is available on the MFD. Check your MFD for a new strategy option. What happened? Let me know you're okay. A new strategy is available on the MFD. Are you alright? Engine off, engine off. Check your MFD for a new strategy option. Race over. The stewards have black flagged you. A new strategy is available on the MFD. Got that confirmed? Roger that. Soft tyres at the next pit stop. Complete, go now. Brilliant. Nice move. The time last lap was a 2:4.5. Come on, mate, you can do it. It's been a tough race, but I know you're capable of getting more out of that car today. Dig deep, give us the best of your talent. Gap to teammate ahead is 21.9 seconds. They're on fresh mediums. They're in second. The time last lap was a 1:17.6. The gap to the car ahead is 10.2 seconds. This pace is strong, but be aware your tyres need to go the distance. Leclerc's out in front. Gap to car in front is 6.3 seconds. Turbocharger is on its last legs. Let's try to keep mileage on it to a minimum. We have 5 laps of fuel remaining. Okay, good work. Great pass. There's 4 laps of fuel remaining. Fuel is looking really good. You're managing it well. P3, you are currently in P3. That's Sergio ahead. Okay, gap ahead is 12.2 seconds. They're on fresh mediums. Robert is behind you. The gap behind us is 2.9 seconds. They're on old softs. The gap to the leader is 12.8 seconds. Pit strategy complete. See these tyres through to the end now. Just 3 laps to go now. 3 laps. is 11.8 seconds. Okay, you're creating some breathing space between you and the car behind by a few seconds per lap. This is your final lap of the race. DRS is offline. The rear wing is down, so you can stay out while we work on it. That's the end of the race. We'll see you in Parc Fermé.
The Mercedes team pulled out a fantastic performance today. They should be proud. Talk to me, Ant. What was it that set them apart from the competition today?
Well, you know what they say, to finish first you have to finish. And that fact was clear today, with lots of retirements having a big effect on the outcome of the race. As a driver, you tend to keep reliability concerns to the back of your mind and just focus on what's in front of you. But for the teams, races like this can be very stressful.
Mercedes are on top form once again after an excellent race weekend. It's great to see them up on that podium once again. So then, it's time to see how this result affects the Drivers' Championship. This result narrows the gap between our championship leader and the rest of the standings. Now, let's discuss, Ant. Who would you say is a contender for Driver of the Day?
It's a tough one, but I think I have to give it to Robert Kubica. He really impressed me out there today, and I think he has every right to be happy with that result.
It's time to check out the constructors' standings. Renault's lead continues to grow at the head of the table. There was also a strong showing from the Mercedes team today as they make their way up the standings. Well, Ant, an end to another fantastic weekend of racing. Thanks to everyone who joined us, and we'll see you for the next one.
Commiserations on that result. It's been a tough weekend. Looks like one of your rivals is also going to an upcoming historical event. If you choose to take him on, it might help get your name out there a bit.
Canada has a true love affair with Formula One. The grandstands here are always packed to capacity. It's a country that has given us the likes of Gilles and Jacques Villeneuve, the thrilling Grand Prix of '79, of '98 and of course 2011. They love their motorsport in Montreal and we absolutely love coming here. With top speeds of around 210 miles per hour heading into the overtaking opportunity of turn 13, the 2.7 miles of the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve are some of the quickest on the Formula One calendar. There are 14 corners in total, with 60% of the lap taken at full throttle, and average lap speeds clock in at about 130 miles per hour. Anthony Davidson is here once again for today's Grand Prix. Let's talk about Mir. They're starting towards the back of the field today in a car that is fast, so they'll be disappointed, won't they?
They'll have a sinking feeling as they look up from the cockpit and realise they're in a different postcode to the start line for sure. But the one positive they can hold on to is that the car is quick and they can make their way through the field.
With the race minutes away from starting, here's what today's grid rundown looks like. A fantastic effort from Charles Leclerc yesterday puts him on pole, edging out Lando Norris, who'll start from P2. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Albon, Russell, Lewis Hamilton and Bottas, Perez, Stroll, Verstappen and Daniel Ricciardo, Weber, Hülkenberg, Pierre Gasly and Grosjean, Sainz, Raikkonen, Kevin Magnussen and Robert Kubica, Vettel and Mir. Now it's almost time to lights out, so let's go down to the track.
Our grid position is not as high as we had hoped, but push hard in the race and hopefully with a bit of luck, we can finish with a positive result. That's P18. You're now in P18. Race officials have enabled DRS. DRS is now available. Green flag. Engine is looking a little warm. Power output will be less than optimal. Yellow flag. The rain is a few laps out yet, but it is coming. Be careful. amount of wing damage. Box for a new one. Some information on Weber. They're retiring from the race. Green flag. Okay, box, box, box. We're adjusting the strategy. Come in this lap. Right, come in at the end of this lap. Times are falling off. We want you to pit in for repairs. Box, box, box. Release, release. Okay, stay clear of the white line on the exit. We'll receive a penalty for dangerous driving if you cross over into the track. Fuel target is +1. Faster engine modes are available. We're reaching a danger point with the wear on the MGU-H. Overheating the engine will exacerbate the issue, so keep the temps under control. Sergio is in the pits. The gap to the car ahead is 9.2 seconds. Alexander's currently P2. The gap is 15.5 seconds. They're on fresh mediums. You're putting a good distance between yourself and the car behind. You're catching the car ahead, but remember, we need to get to the end of the race on these tyres. Let's be mindful of the conditions. The track is getting wetter. Recommend you stay out for now though. Be much slower if we move on to inters this early. Move was illegal. Return the position. There's 5 laps of fuel remaining. It's not a perfect situation, but I don't think we have cause to move on to a different tyre yet. We're leading our teammate by 3.9 seconds. Turbocharger is on its last legs. Let's try to keep mileage on it to a minimum. We pretty much burned off our excess fuel. We'll be back on target soon. Don't wait too long to turn the engine down. There's 3 laps of fuel remaining. Alexander's currently P2. The gap is 4.0 seconds. They're on fresh mediums. The time last lap was a 1 minute 18.2. This is your final lap of the race. You're increasing the gap to the car behind by a few seconds per lap. Keep this up. There's only 1 lap of fuel remaining. Absolutely fantastic. It's a brilliant result. Well done.
Another win for the team at Renault today. Really impressive stuff. Tell me, Ant, how did they manage to achieve this win?
Well, staying out of trouble was probably the most important factor here. In a race where half the field weren't classified at the checkered flag, you were able to guarantee a good result by basically keeping the car running. With their pace and a decent strategy as well, I don't think the race was ever really in doubt.
As today's winners make their way up the podium steps, the team at Renault have shown once again what it takes to build a successful Formula One team. A well-deserved win for them. And now let's take a look at the driver's standings. Mia increases their championship lead. So, Anthony Davidson, who would you rank as your driver of the day?
I have to give it to Mia. There was a lot going on all down the field, but they were the only one who I really felt maximised their potential.
Let's move on to the constructors. Renault's lead continues to grow at the head of the table. Meanwhile, a strong weekend from Red Bull this time out, and they improve their position in the championship. It's been an absolutely wild weekend of Formula One action. I can't wait to see what's next.
Good day today. Let's have your take on it. Was there really any competition for you today? Things are looking up after last week, aren't they? You gained a lot of positions during the race, didn't you? Let's talk about another team. How do you feel they did today? Appreciate your time.
Great work this weekend. It was fantastic to see you up on that podium.
Welcome to qualifying for this weekend's French Grand Prix. The teams are making their last-minute adjustments before the lights go green and the fight for pole position gets underway. Now then, Anthony Davidson, you're not getting any younger, but you have been involved in your fair share of qualifying sessions in an illustrious 30-year career. How do you deal with the pressure when you have that one chance to deliver a perfect lap?
It's not so much about dealing with the pressure, it's more about how you approach the risk and just how much of it are you willing to take. You're constantly balancing the car on the edge of grip from braking, cornering and traction. And over the course of a lap, it's easy to get that balance wrong. And that's why achieving the perfect lap is almost impossible. As you say, I've been doing this 30 years now, and it never gets any easier.
Good job, mate. Really well done. That was a fantastic drive.
And with qualifying complete, let's review our top three today. Mir, Leclerc and Lewis Hamilton. Well, that wraps up qualifying.
Well done. Very solid results. You're looking good for the race.
Welcome along then to the Circuit Paul Ricard, home of the French Grand Prix, home race of the Renault team, and of course a number of the drivers on the grid as well. Of the 14 races held here up until 1990, 5 were won by a Frenchman, and 4 of those, of course, were Alain Prost. I wonder who'll add their name to that winners list today. The Circuit Paul Ricard then, a 3.6 mile track, 25 miles east of Marseille. 15 corners here, 6 to the left and 9 to the right, with the main overtaking chance expected going into turn 8. Top speeds today should be around 205 miles per hour. With me today, of course, is Anthony Davidson. Let's talk about Mia. That was a great win in the last race. Can they keep that momentum going this weekend?
There are never any guarantees in this business, but certainly the performance last time out would have boosted their confidence coming into this one.
Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks for today's race. Mia lines up on pole position, with Charles Leclerc alongside. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Hamilton, Verstappen, Nico Hülkenberg and Perez, Russell, Ricciardo, Norris and Valtteri Bottas, Weber, Magnussen, Lance Stroll and Albon, Sainz, Gasly, Kimi Raikkonen and Roman Grosjean. Kubica and Sebastian Vettel starts from the back of the grid. And with preparations almost complete, let's head down to the track.
This is our engine supplier's home Grand Prix. Let's give them a race worth watching. Monitoring somewhere on the ICE, be aware that we will start to see a loss of power. Is 7.7 seconds. They're on fresh softs. We think they've got one more stop. The time last lap was a 1:47.0. Approaching the pit window, you'll be on the mediums. Okay, we're reaching a danger point with the wear on the MGU-H. Overheating the engine will exacerbate the issue, so keep the temps under control. Check your MFD for a new strategy option. Okay, copy that. Plus 1 lap of extra fuel. Fuel target plus 1. Okay, the gap behind is 5.6 seconds. Gap to teammate behind is 6.8 seconds. They're on fresh softs. They're in 5th. The time last lap was a 1 minute 38.8. Okay, clear. We want to pit this lap, so push now. We're seeing a loss of power from the turbocharger now. Loss of power on the turbo. Remember, box this lap. Keep an eye on your distance to the speed limit line as you approach, and make sure you don't speed. Exit now. That was our last stop. No more scheduled pit stops. is in for his stop. That was the fastest lap of the race so far. Teammate by 20.8 seconds. They're on fresh mediums. They're in fourth. The time last lap was a 1:52.3. Has boxed for the mediums. Car behind on the medium tyre. Teammate behind is 25.4 seconds. There's 5 laps of fuel remaining. Some information on Verstappen. They have some kind of mechanical problem. Alexander's currently in P9. The difference is 37.0 seconds. They're on fresh hards. The time last lap was a 1 minute 41.4. We've been awarded a time penalty. We'll go against our finishing time at the end of the race. Pitting this lap then, come into the pits at the end of this lap. Roger that, soft tyres at the next pit stop. Fuel is looking really good. You're managing it well. You need to slow down before hitting the corners. We don't want to get a penalty. There's 3 laps of fuel remaining. Go now. This is your final lap of the race. there's only 1 lap of fuel remaining. That's a race win and your 2nd race win in a row. Fantastic job.
It was a magnificent race and a drive right out of the top draw to take the win for Renault. Anthony Davidson, how do you think they were able to set themselves apart today?
Well, I know it's a bit of a boring answer, but the truth is they simply had the best speed package on the day, and a driver who knows how to take advantage of that. It doesn't matter how much time you spend poring over the stats and planning strategies if you can't keep the pace, and our winner today showed they could do both.
Here come today's winning drivers, and what a race it was. This is a team that knows success very well in F1, and they're just itching for even more. Congratulations to the Renault team for their excellent win today. And after this round of the World Championship, here's how things look in the drivers' table. Mir increases their championship lead. After an incredible day of racing, who was your driver of the day, Ant?
It's an interesting one today. On balance, I think I have to call out Alexander Albon. A really solid drive from him today, and one that he and his team should be proud of.
It's time to see how things are shaping up in the Constructors' Championship. Renault's lead continues to grow at the head of the table. There was also a strong showing from the McLaren team today, as they make their way up the standings. After an event...
Fantastic podium. Well done. Keep pushing like this for the rest of the season. We're asking for too much here. We need to make some compromises. Our proposal has been accepted. The new contract will take effect from the next race weekend.
Thank you for joining us once again for today's qualifying session. Sit back, relax, and enjoy what we hope will be a fantastic contest for pole position. So then, Ant, it's another Grand Prix weekend, another exciting qualifying session ahead of us. What are you going to be looking out for over the next few minutes?
The first question's going to be who can avoid making mistakes. There isn't much margin for error in qualifying, and you have to bear in mind that the track conditions may have changed since practice, particularly as we've had a few support races in the meantime. If the brake bias settings, for example, don't take this into account, it's extremely easy to lock up a front wheel and cause a flat spot. Just like that, your lap's ruined, and you've wasted a set of tyres to boot.
It's a bit disappointing, but we just need to push hard in the race and we can still come away with something.
With qualifying finished, it's time.
Good day today. Let's have your take on it. Interesting result today. Would you say that you're happy with your performance? Is there anything that you think gave you the edge over your rivals? You left some bodywork out there on the track. Great. Well, that's everything.
Come on, I know you can do better than that. You've left yourself with a lot of work to do in the race. We still need to get a good result out of this.
What a beautiful backdrop to a motor race. We're here in the Styrian Mountains, of course, and they've watched over some cracking races throughout the history of this Grand Prix. Controversy, of course, think back to 2002, but also great joy. Do you remember Niki Lauda's historic home victory in 1984? It's one of the shortest laps on the calendar today then, with 7 rights and just 3 lefts, making up the 10 corners of this high-speed circuit. Turn 2 is barely a corner at all. They'll be flat out through there, a left-hand kink into the uphill braking zone of Turn 3. Turns 1, 3 and 4 are all potential opportunities to overtake. A warm welcome to Anthony Davidson, who's beside me in the commentary box today. Let's talk about Mir. No grip penalties, no mitigating circumstances, just a poor qualifying performance and a very disappointing start position for them today.
It's not a nice feeling, I promise you. They've got a quick car underneath them, but they've got onto the grid today and they need a pair of binoculars to see the start lights. They'll be desperate for a good start to make up for some of that deficit.
Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. Sergio Perez will lead us away from pole position, just ahead of George Russell, who starts this event from P2. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Weber, Hamilton, Max Verstappen and Albon, Norris, Leclerc, Magnussen and Valtteri Bottas, Hülkenberg, Gasly, Lance Stroll and Vettel, Raikkonen, Sainz, Daniel Ricciardo and Mir, Grosjean and Robert Kubica takes the last spot on the grid. And now it's time to head down to the track.
You're lower on the grid than we wanted. See to it that we improve throughout the race. Nice start. Okay, you need to give that position back. That was an illegal overtake. Nice work, that brings you up a place. We're hitting the rated limits on the MGU-H. The power unit is going to be more prone to overheating. Somewhere on the ICE, start to see a loss of power. Seeing a loss of power from the turbocharger now. Loss of power on the turbo. Box, we're adjusting the strategy. Come in this lap. Times are falling off. We want you to pit in for repairs. Box. Go. Look after these tyres now. We want to finish the race on this compound. Has boxed for the mediums. Car behind on the medium tyre. Our gap behind is 10.4 seconds. That's a new fastest lap for the race. guys started to catch the car in front, but we need to look after the tyres. We won't be making another pit stop. That was a big one. Confirm you're okay, please. That looked bad. Are you alright? Let me know you're alright. Trailing our teammate by 26.5 seconds. Sergio is in the pits. Gap to car in front is 2.6 seconds. Russell's out in front. We have 5 laps of fuel remaining. We're not going to be able to run in this engine mode much longer. We're about a lap over target. Drop down to mix 2 soon. Green flag. You're in the top 10 now. Keep it up. Okay, the car behind has front wing damage. Front wing damage. laps of fuel remaining. Sergio is in for his stop. Some information on Magnussen. They've got a serious car issue. It looks like they're retiring. Green flag. Confirmed. We'll receive you at the end of this lap. Exit now. You'll be racing as you leave the pits. Complete. Go now. This is your final lap of the race. The gap to the car behind is 2.2 seconds. Less than a lap of fuel now. The tank is empty. Not good enough at all. Let's push harder next time, okay?
Red Bull pulling out all the stops today. What a great win. Anthony Davidson, what helped them deliver this result, do you think?
Taking care of the car was absolutely vital today. It's been obvious all weekend that the pace was there, but look at the attrition rate we've had. They would have been very concerned about any minor anomaly towards the latter stages of this Grand Prix.
Red Bull are our winners today after showcasing some incredible driving. There's been a huge push from them lately to stay competitive with the other teams, and they're certainly proving themselves. Let's see how the driver standings have changed. That lead at the top of the table has shrunk somewhat today. Some amazing talent out on the track today. But Anthony, who would you pick as your driver of the day?
Carlos Sainz would be my first choice for this race. He had excellent race stamina, giving him the opportunity to charge through the ranks.
It's time to check out the constructors' standings. It was a tough race for our championship leaders who lose ground at the top of the table. Meanwhile, a strong weekend from Red Bull this time out, and they improved their position in the championship. Well, that was certainly an incredible weekend of racing. Be sure to join myself and Ant for more exciting Formula One action soon.
Amazing performance out there. I'm sure you're pretty happy with that. You were cutting your way through the field during the race. There wasn't much between you and Lucas by the finish today. Your battle got a bit heated, didn't it? You left a lot of paint on the walls today. Great, well that's everything.
What on earth was that performance? Come on, this isn't bumper cars at the fairground. Your results and conduct here matter, so pay more attention. We can't afford too many races like that. Looks like one of your rivals has also been invited to a historical event. This could be a good opportunity to play up your rivalry for the press and expand your reputation.